Homage to the death advance. Look how much of them and you me help. Look how much of them borrow my style and them. Me not really worry about the chats. Me not worry about some little man who I tried this way.
Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
got so much to say, but in the least most simple way, I love you. I've got so much to give, but
Yeah, check that out. I'm sending. Yeah, come, see that, come back. Two, check 1, 2, 2, yeah, it's there now. Check 1, 2, 2, 2, check 1, 2, 2, laptop. Yeah, check 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, yeah, check 1, 2, 2, check 1, 2, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Yes, is it a setting up now? I'm gonna put it up here. Who gonna hold? Check.
Yes, sir. 1, 2. Microphone testing. 1, 2. All right.
Indicate when you're ready so we can start.
All right. Do you want me to ask them to stand when the persons are coming in?
University. You will talk to the principal and to stand at the
Yes.
They can't. They're just giving up a tea. Yes. Go back in. You got
This is what everybody's seeing now.
Oh, that's what I see.
So the next morning we carry me back home. Yeah. And I never first. And I wasn't worried
So
first.
many firsts.
Yeah.
Where's David?
Who's the person who's supposed to sing? Hold on. Miss Campbell, where are we supposed to sit? Where are you sitting? Where? That's where we're supposed to be? That's the table we are supposed to be? Okay. Where? Okay. Can we, you organize the chairman and everybody? Yes, sir. Yes.
Check 1, 2, 2, 2.
Change this order. All right, we'll change the order from.
So you will know. We will welcome them.
Yes, definitely. We're going to begin.
Gather them outside.
Give me the cue now, please. So Clark is saying to start from the bottom, yes. Yeah, let's start. Ready? Just waiting on. Just waiting on him. Ready? Just want the cue. All right, here's what you're gonna do after. After I said stand to welcome, you welcome the board chairman and the principal to escort in your honorees here. All right. Get the attention of Mrs. Sinclair. Mrs. Sinclair, no, Mrs. I wouldn't call it. You're singing to David. Good. No, we're not. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to celebrate 161 years of service of 7. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to celebrate 161 years of service of 7 awesome individuals who have given of themselves to Dinthill, to educating our nation's children, and to setting exemplary standards for many to follow. Let the ceremony begin. Please stand as we welcome our honorees of this afternoon's function.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'll now invite our board chairman, Mr. Dennis M. Clark, and our principal, Mr. Anthony Garwood, to usher in our awardees. Miss Yvonne Nelson.
Can we have the serenade while they come, please? Thank you.
Miss Yvonne Nelson.
We also welcome
I have so much to say, but in the least most simple way, I love you.
All right,
I
our
have so
honorees are
much to
getting ready.
share, and to show you how much I care, I thank you.
Let's put our hands together and make welcome again
So
Miss
let me make
Yvonne
this toast to
Nelson.
You're what I celebrate. You're like a never-ending holiday. You're my forever.
Ladies and
special
gentlemen, please
occasion.
make them welcome. We ask that you put your hands together in rousing applause as we welcome
Mr. Paul Brown.
You're like a never-ending holiday. You're my forever special occasion.
Keep it going for them, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Brown,
And
teacher
I wanna say
of
thank you
Spanish.
for the many
We also
things
welcome
you've done,
Mr. Livingston Lewin,
for putting your faith in me.
former teacher,
More than
visual arts
anyone.
specialist. Make
I
him
wanna
welcome,
say
please.
Thank you for many things you've done.
Being escorted, of course, by his colleague,
For putting your faith
Mrs.
in
Burke.
me. More than anyone.
Mrs. Maureen Fleming Spence, librarian.
Yes, of course, make her welcome.
You're my special occasion.
Special honorees of this afternoon's
You're
function.
what I'll
Next, we have
celebrate.
Mrs.
You're
Jennifer
like a
Willie,
never-ending holiday.
guidance
You're my
counselor.
forever special occasion. Thank you.
Then we'll have Mrs. Monica White.
Hey, I want to say thank you for the many things you've done.
Mrs. Monica White, acting principal, vice principal.
Yes, everybody, please make our Mother Eagle,
We love
Mrs.
you.
Monica White, welcome. Then we have Mr. Lloyd Ferron, former principal of the Dinthill Technical High School. Please make Mr. Lloyd Ferron welcome.
Yeah. I have so much to say, but in the least
Just put your hands together for all our honorees, please.
I love
And
you.
their representatives, their family members who are here today. It is a celebration, and we are here to celebrate with them. So put your hands together. Let's hear it, man. Let's hear it one more time for all our honorees. 161 years of service to the Dinthill Technical High School.
What will we do without you?
We invite our board chairman, Mr. Dennis Clark, and our principal, Mr. Anthony Garwood, to take their seats at this time.
Special occasion. You're what I celebrate. You're like a never-ending holiday. You're my forever special occasion. And I want to say thank you for the many things you've done.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. It is my esteemed pleasure to stand and co-host this momentous occasion with Mrs. Jennifer Campbell, my colleague. Today is no ordinary day. Today we celebrate 161 years of service by our esteemed colleagues and guests of honor. Mr. Lloyd, Miss Yvonne Nelson, Mr. Paul Brown, Mr. Livingston Lewin, Mrs. Maureen Fleming Spence, Mrs. Jennifer Willie, Mrs. Monica White, and Mr. Lloyd Ferron. Can you put your hands together for our honorees this afternoon? Just want to say that they have all given sterling service to the Dinthill Technical High School in various ways, in various capacity and forms. And as they retire or retire, they put on new wheels, or in the case of Mrs. White, they soar to new heights. And so today, we want to celebrate with them, and we declare that your legacy will continue on long after you retire and will help to inspire the next generation of kids. Happy retirement to you all.
The world's longest coffee break is often referred to as retirement. Think about retirement as being 2 6-month holidays per year. How do you know it's time to retire? It's when you stop lying about your age and start bragging about it, ladies and gentlemen. That's for the retirees. We'll now invite Pastor Golding, Reverend Courtney Golding, our school's chaplain, who will give us the prayer and his address. Make him welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I got my 2 shots. So I'm COVID resilient. I can't get Delta again. To our chairpersons, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Verrell Johnson, I thank you. To our chairpersons, Mr. Verrell Johnson and Mrs. Jennifer Campbell, to all the esteemed members here today, Board Chair, Mr. Dennis Clark, our Principal, Mr. Garwood, our esteemed retirees, good afternoon, and your guests, friends, colleagues, and it's a pleasure being here today. My job is to pray, but before I pray, let me just offer a little word to you. Psalm 78, and I always try to go from the Bible. You can't go wrong. So Psalm 78, verses 70 to 72. He chose David, also his servant, and took him from the sheepfolds, from following the ewes great with young. He brought him to feed Jacob his people, and Israel his inheritance. So he fed them according to the integrity of his heart, and guided them by the skillfulness of his hands. The last part there refers to David's guidance over Israel for the time that he was king. Collectively today, we have 161 years. That's a lot of time. So retirees, you're celebrating you're closing one public chapter of your life. That chapter that you are closing, you did have to exhibit integrity, skill, honesty, and wisdom. You did it well. Now, onward to the next chapter. My suggestion to you, as a matter of fact, my word to you is, carry forward the ingredients of the first chapter into the second chapter of your life. But I want to also add to the second chapter determination, resilience, and a greater desire to win. Some of the things you could do when you were then, you hardly can do it now, because pains don't allow you. Memory don't help you. A lot of things are failing, but let nothing hold you back now. Not even those who want to help you to disappear. For I pray there's a donkey that was serving for many years. Did he serve his master well? And when he was about to be retired by his master, the master was unkind to him, so he threw him in a pit, a hole, and decided to cover the donkey alive. But every time dirt hit the donkey's back, it shook it off and stepped on it. Well, after much dirt, the master recognized that he was looking eye to eye with the donkey. Because the donkey was determined that you're not going to bury me. So every time they tried to bury him, he used the dirt to head back to the top. I therefore say to your retirees that no matter what people will throw at you, no matter how they'll tell you you're old, you let them know that they're older than the moon and the brighter it shines. Wisdom comes with age, stage, and experience. Use it well. Can I invite you to bow your heads in prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this afternoon. A time, Lord, when these wonderful servants have given collectively 161 years of their lives. God, I want to thank you for the service they gave. I want to thank you for Dinthill that allowed them to serve. I want to thank you for the various times, Lord, that they felt that they would give up, but they held on. They served with honesty, integrity. And God, today, as we gather together as your colleagues, both here and virtually, Lord, those who are on Facebook, and to our friends and colleagues, members of the alumni overseas who are watching at this time, I want to thank you, dear Father, for them. Thank you that they gave them to us and that they made their lives value added. And we can now say, Lord, thank you. We ask you now to continue to watch over them, continue to strengthen them. Can I ask you, Lord, for protection for them from dangerous illnesses, Lord, that would cause them to even lose their minds. Pray, dear Father, that you'll be their strength and you'll be their shelter. As we gather to share with them now, Lord, we ask you to inspire our chairpersons as they take this program through. We ask you that whoever shall participate in the proceedings, God, the word of wisdom, word of knowledge will be their guide. We pray, Lord, at the end of this session, that you will get the glory, you will get the honor, and in turn, we will be blessed by you. I want to bless you and say thanks to you now, as we wait on you to answer our prayer. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Over back to our chairpersons.
Thank you, Reverend Golding. At this point in time, we'll invite our principal, Mr. Anthony Garwood, to bid us welcome. Mr. Garwood.
Good afternoon, Masters of Ceremony, Reverend Golding, Chairman of the School Board, Mr. Dennis Clark, and members of the board, or PTA President, or past student rep, or past student president. Representing our Member of Parliament, Mrs. Bramwell, representing the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, or RD, our boss, Mrs. Forbes Hall, honorees, my vice principals, academic staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls on the call, good afternoon. My welcome will be short, as we have a time, and you know when they go virtual nowadays, everybody expects we have 3-4 hours. but it's a milestone. This function is about our retirees. It is a milestone to reach retirement. What do you call a person who is happy on a Monday morning?
Retiree.
A retiree. And retirement is not the end of the road. It is the start of an open highway. I welcome you all to this retirement function, and I wish all my retirees life's richest blessing. At Dinthill Technical High School, you came, you saw, you conquered. You changed a number of lives. And if you should add, I know we have been saying the number, when we add the number of years each person gave to Dinthill Technical High School, it adds up to 161 years. And the number 161, when I Googled it, it represents energy of business, efficiency, realism. It is balance, and it has to do with building. Building oneself and building persons around you. That is what you did at Dinthill Technical High. It also means independence. As a newbie to the Dinthill family, you have set a platform for us to, for myself and the staff, to work on. The foundation you have laid makes it easier for us to build the best technical high school in Jamaica and even the Caribbean. Your work is greatly appreciated, and with that we say thank you, Mr. Ferron. Thank you, Mrs. White. Thank you, Miss Willie. Thank you, Mr. Lewin. Thank you, Mrs. Fleming Spence. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. On behalf of the school board, administration and staff, parents, students, and other well-wishers, we welcome you and your family on this Appreciation Day function. And this is your day. Enjoy it and relax. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garwood. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the greetings. The first one will be from Mrs. Sophia Forbes Hall, Director, Region 6 in the Ministry of Education and Youth. I'll now invite Mrs. Forbes to the podium. Please make her welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? We're country people, you know, so we're warm people. We may be in Kingston, but we're country people from the cool, cool hills of St. Catherine, aren't we? Yes. Excellent. Chairman of the Board of Management, my dear friend, Mr. Dennis Clark. And Professor Clark isn't here? She's not here today. And the other members of the board, Principal, Mr. Anthony Garwood. How are you, sir? Welcome to the Rail Region, Region 6. And of course, all members of staff who are represented here and online, students, stakeholders. Of course, we have some distinguished persons as well amongst us. Greetings to our representative. I gather Mrs. Bramwell is representing MP Natalie Nita Headley. Of course, Mrs. Debbie Podley-Bennett, President of the PTA, Parent Teachers Association. We have Mr. Donovan Betancourt, and he's the President of the PCA, of the PSA. Reverend Courtney Golden, Chaplain, and our distinguished keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen all, it is my pleasure to have accepted your invitation to this afternoon's function and to bring greetings on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. Let me join you in celebrating, ladies and gentlemen, a legacy of excellence, a theme that is quite apt given the rich, and I say very rich, heritage of the Dinthill High School. I want to at this time recognize the contribution of Mr. Lloyd Ferron, principal for 7 years. Mr. Ferron, he just stepped out. Mrs. Monica White, vice principal, acting principal, and Mrs. White served for 35 years. Is Mrs. White with us? Excellent. She's being represented. So Mrs. White looks so different. I need to give you another 35 years. She looks awesome. Yes. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to pause to tell you that Mrs. White was one of the first principals who visited me and welcomed me, proper Dinthill welcome, to the regional office. You know, and that's something I'll never forget. She brought me a beautiful plant, and it's still blooming in my office. You know, she invited me to Dinthill, and I got very, very royal treatment. But you know what Mrs. White didn't know until I told her? That I'm used to going to Dinthill, you know, because under Mr. Clark's stewardship, I was there very often. During school hours and after school hours and weekends, and yes, and we had a great time, right, Mr. Clark? Right, Mr. Clark? Yes. I also benefited from his mentoring my husband, actually. And, you know, I recall those days when my husband comes home and everything he said, he talks about Mr. Clark and Mr. Brown and Kemsil gentlemen. Yes, all of those gentlemen. I mean, they've made their real contribution to society, not just to Dinthill, but to mentoring great leaders, yeah? And so I want to just stop to acknowledge that. I want to also acknowledge Mrs. Jennifer Willie, guidance counselor, and she served the institution for 32 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. That's exceptionally great. Mrs. Maureen Fleming Spence, teacher and librarian who served for 28 years. Quite a bit there. Mr. Livingston Lewin, visual arts, or teacher of visual arts for 24 years. Mr. Paul Brown, teacher of Spanish for 23 years. And of course, Miss Yvonne Nelson, or cleaner, who served the institution for a whole 12 years. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, I wish to extend gratitude to you, our honorees, for your stalwart contribution to Dinthill Technical High School, and by extension, the education sector. I'm pleased to have Miss Yvonne Wilson, who provided cleaning services for 12 years. Our cleaners don't stay that long, colleagues, but this is evidence of commitment. It is this partnership that we're embracing today. Ladies and gentlemen, a partnership that recognizes all categories of staff, because too often in the education system, we place so much emphasis on developing the professional growth and competencies of our teachers and of course our students, with sometimes very little thought given to the value-added benefits that are possible if we equip and retool all categories of staff. And I'm sure that is why Ms. Nelson stayed. I'm a firm believer that like the food chain or web, the education sector must rise to acknowledge that the operations of school requires the best members on the team to derive the best products and services. We exist in the knowledge era that makes information so fluid. We therefore will get better when we accept the whole school concept as part of our school improvement plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know how many of you have watched the video, How Wolves Change Rivers. I think it is one of the best examples I could share with you of how the ecosystem works only because it values partnership and it values everything that God has blessed us with on this earth. It values collaboration and support of even its most feared predators. The story is told of how the Yellowstone National Park in the United States of America suffered from years of degradation, causing significant soil erosion. How many geography specialists do we have here today? Wasn't my favorite subject when I was in school, but it's what it is. Wolves were reintroduced to the park in 1995 to address this issue, the issue of deforestation. They were sent from the park for 70 years, so they were not in the park for 70 years. And the number of deer in the park grew exponentially because there was no hunter in the form of wolves to hunt them. So despite the efforts of humans to control the numbers, they managed to reduce much of the vegetation, that's the deer, ladies and gentlemen, to almost nothing. But as soon as the wolves arrived, as soon as the wolves arrived, they started to have the most remarkable effects, although they were very few in numbers. First, of course, they killed some of the deer, but that was not the major thing, you see. Much more significantly, they radically changed the behavior of the deer. The deer started to avoid certain parts of the park because they don't want to be eaten by wolves. The places that they could be trapped most easily, particularly the valleys and the gorges, and immediately these places started to regenerate. In some areas, the height of the trees was significant in just 6 years. Bare valley sites quickly became forests of aspen and willow and cottonwood, and as soon as that happened, the birds started moving in. The number of songbirds and migratory birds started to increase greatly. The number of beavers started to increase because beavers like to eat the trees, you see, and beavers, like wolves, are ecosystem, what we call engineers. They create niches for other species. And the dams they build in the rivers provide habitats for otters and muskrats and ducks and fish and reptiles and amphibians. The wolves killed coyotes, and as a result of that, the number of rabbits and mice began to rise, which meant more hawks, more weasels, more foxes, more badgers. Ravens and bald eagles came down to feed on the carrion that the wolves had left. Bears fed on it too, and their population began to rise. Also partly because there were some berries growing on the regenerating shrubs. And the bears reinforced the impact of the wolves by killing some of the calves of the deer. And this is where it gets even more interesting, ladies and gentlemen. The wolves changed the behavior of the rivers. The rivers began to meander less. There is less erosion, the channels narrowed, more pools formed, all of which were great for wildlife habitats. The rivers changed in response to the wolves, and the reason was that the regenerating forests stabilized the banks so that they collapsed less often, so that the rivers became more fixed in their course. Similarly, by driving the deer out of some places and the vegetation recovering on the valley sides, there were less soil erosions because the vegetation stabilized as well. So the wolves, you see, ladies and gentlemen, though small in number, transformed the ecosystem of the Yellowstone National Park as well as its physical geography. Ladies and gentlemen, the story is testament to the fact that institutions are only great when they value the contribution of all players. I'm elated this afternoon, Dinthill Technical High School, led by the Board of Management, sees it fit to set aside time and resources in celebration and appreciation of its prized partners. The wolf is deemed in most circles as vicious and as outcasts, but they proved us wrong in their pursuit to save nature. The story reminds us all that notwithstanding our views, it is important to foster partnerships and extend appreciation for the contribution of all our partners. Dinthill Technical High School, you have done extremely well. You have a lot to celebrate. You have made the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information extremely proud. You have been an excellent and strong partner through the many long years. The ministry commits its continued support as you continue in pursuit of facta non verba, deeds not words, Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, all 7 of you are honorees. You have served well, and a grateful nation has been better for it. The Region 6 family at the Old Harbor Regional Office embraces your sacrifices as we inspire and nurture greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all, and I wish you all the best for the remaining function. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, well put together. Put your hands together for Mrs. Hall for that wonderful message that she shared. At this time, we're going to invite our board chairman, Mr. Dennis M. Clark, as he comes to give his greetings. Put your hands together and welcome our board chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid to do one thing, as I don't know if you've heard that the persons who have been wearing masks for the past 2 years, that the mouth get long. Well, I'm going to ask you to look if mine is long. Is it? Yes. I tell you. The Reverend Cody Golding spoke about the donkey as a creature of retirement and willingness and commitment. What he didn't tell you is that donkey in the pit, it was me, I trampled my way back to the top, even in retirement. Masters of ceremonies, Mrs. Campbell, Mr. Johnson, our chaplain, Madam Director, Mrs. Hall, Mr. Principal, other ladies and gentlemen, because I think Miss Hall did a good job of introducing us all. But importantly, ladies and gentlemen, our viewers in virtual world, I just want to say to you all here, if you whisper, they'll hear you. So be careful what you're doing. They're watching you, okay? But Mr. Betancourt, I must recognize you. You who have taken over the leadership of the Passenger Association, and it's giving us a feeling at the school that it's a new time. And so it's a good time for us to be looking at those persons who have served so many years to the institution. And it's now time for us, collectively, to say thanks to them. I want to thank the organizing committee led by the principal, Mr. Garwood, in putting on this function during this time. 7 members. I don't know it happened, if it's an overload or whatever, but the thought that you remember on this day to put a function together to recognize their contribution to the institution and help us to keep the motto, fact and unverbal, alive and well. There are a number of persons here. I want to call the names because I think it's very important. I personally want to say thanks to you for the contribution you have given over time. And collectively say it's 161 years. But they don't remember the nights because they probably are more important. Mrs. White will tell you about that because that's when you put the labor in. So, Miss Nelson, where is she? Just stand so I can see you, man. Yes, Miss Nelson. Thank you for the 12 years. Mr. Paul Brown, where are you? Thank you for the 23 years. Where is he? Mr. Paul Brown? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Livingston Lewin, my friend, thank you for 24 years. Plus. Mrs. Maureen Fleming Spence, 28 years doesn't say it, you know, but thank you very much. Where is she? Fleming Spence, she's my sister, you know. And Mrs. Willie, for 32 years. Thank you very much, especially for the work you have done, especially with the young girls in the school. Mrs. Monica White, they call you Mother Eagle. What a wonderful thing. Please stand and let's just recognize you even before you get the gifts and so. And happy to see you with your family. You know, thank you for the contribution. And Mr. Ferron, even though your years, where is he? Where's Mr. Ferron? Yes, man. Even though your years don't match up to many of them, but you have to remind them that you're a student here. You provided the foundation upon which they serve. So your 7 years are gracious and precious 7 years. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not my function. I just want to welcome you all. And just to say that whatever we do today, to these persons who have served, may they remember it many years after. I just want to say to the honorees, I won't get the opportunity again to say, that don't see retirement as old age. Look at me. Look at me now. Yeah, you know. But I pray that you will use these years that are given unto us by the Lord to serve, to continue to serve humanity. There are many years that need us our service. I tell you, I'm really a donkey when it comes to service because I'm here, I'm there, I'm on almost every board you can think of. At the national level, at this level, because that's what I gave finding Mrs. White. But you just continue to serve. And especially, I'm going to say to you all, do not now, in these days of your life, forget your Lord and Master. Serve him with all your might. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Look at me now, he says. Still looking young. And so he reminds us that retirement is a blank sheet of paper. It is a chance to redesign your life into something new and different. We encourage you all to do the same. We will have a little change on our program. We should be having our tributes, but our entertainer has another engagement. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together and welcome to the podium Mr. George Nooks as he comes to bring us some entertainment. Put your hands together, please.
Yes, Dinthill, big up on yourself. Maybe you don't know me any more than I know you, and I wouldn't blame you if you walk away. I've been watching you all evening with the teardrops in your eyes, and it touches me much more than I can say. You know I hate to think that someone could have hurt someone like you, and if I was him, I'd be right by your side to lay your troubles on my shoulder, put worries in my pocket, rest your love on me, your wife. Lay your troubles on my shoulder, put worries in my pocket, rest your love on me. Can I get some volume, please? Saw you in the corner from the moment I walked in, Lord. Saw your lonely face across the room. No, I won't forget where you might have been, Lord. Why did you have to leave so soon? You know I hate to think that someone could love you more than me, and if I was him, I'd be right by you. I didn't care me, I'm gonna see what them in, so you can help me out. To lay put worries in my pocket, rest your love on me, your wife. Lay your troubles on my shoulder, put worries. Silent singing, loud singing, man. All right, a big voice there. Take it away next. Good. And then I say, yeah, good day, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, man, Dinthill here, big school. Love that school. Although me get old now and can't go there again. Lord have mercy. Yeah, man, and to all the retiree, you don't pick up on yourself, you know. Yeah, man. You know what? Now all the things we've been through, you should understand me like I understand you. Baby, I know the difference between right and wrong. I ain't gonna do nothing to mess up my happy home. Don't get so excited. Now come on and late at night. Cause we only act like children when we hug, you fuss and fight. I'm gonna sing at them. Alright. You will never, ever, never know me if you don't know me. Yeah, you will. Ooh, 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 ooh. Now we all got a hold for the moon. I've got mine. Some of you got yours too. Trust in me like I trust in you. As long as we've been together, that should be so easy to do. Get yourself together, or we might as say goodbye. What's the use in going to Dinthill if we can't see eye to eye? If you don't, Lord have mercy, you will. Yeah, yeah. If you don't, you will never know me. Yeah. Yeah, man, like how I sing. I look for some harmony singers anyway, so I'm going to pick out some person here. Even if you're not retired yet, or you retire. Stick by me, and I stick by you. All the lovers, hold on. All the lovers have good music in here right now. Can I see the show fans right now? Come again from the top. Selector. You don't know no music alone shall live. You hear? Stick by me and I will stick by you now. And when I hit you, feel no pain. Music, whoa, right now, Lord. Stick by me and I stick by you. Stick by me and I stick by you. I love you, darling, and oh, if I didn't have you to stick by me. Dinthill, you know what? When you cry, I cry too. Oh, stick by me and I stick by you. Remember my heart and my love belongs to you. Stick by me and I stick by you. Friends may try to hurt us. Scared I won't them, no. But no one could tear us apart. Your love got a place in my heart. Oh, baby, I love you. And oh, stick by me and I stick by you. When you bought, I cried too. Stick by me and I stick by you. Stick by me and I will stick by you now. Yeah. If I didn't have whoa, right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, stick by me and I stick by you every time. You see me? Whoa, well, yeah. You know what now? Would you dance if I asked you to dance? Or would you run and never look back? Would you cry if you saw me crying? Say, would you save my soul tonight? You're smiling, right? If I, or would you laugh? Oh, please tell me this. Now would you die for the one you love? Over in your home tonight. Can I hear you sing along now? I can be your hero, baby. Well, yeah, yeah. I can kiss away your pain. Whoa, right now. And I will stand by you. Guess why? Holy, my breath away. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Would you swear that you always be mine? Or would you lie? Would you run and hide? Am I in too deep? Have I lost my mind? I don't care. You're here tonight. So I can. Oh yeah, right now. And I can kiss away your pain. Oh, I know, Lord. And I will stand by you. Let me know why. Cause only. Oh, right now. Yeah. Dinthill, yeah. So, as far as I'm concerned, you did a good job, yeah. To all who is working now and to all the retirees, may God be with you. Lord have mercy. Ain't no reach apart there. Or would you run and never look back? Would you cry if you saw me crying? Say, would you save my soul tonight? See it now? All right. Okay. And I can kiss away your pain. Lord have mercy right now. I will stand by you forever. This is the reason why. Only you can take my breath away. Only you can take my breath away. Only you can take yeah. I will stand by you forever. I will stand by you forever. Oh, only you can take my breath away. Clap yourself. Yeah, man, you can clap me after. Next tune. Oh, Lord. Well, yeah. Lord have mercy. You're here. If the beds are for my darkness, baby, oh Lord, you came along to guide me. Ooh-wee. You took pity on a lonely, lonely, lonely man, yeah. When you said that you stand by me, oh now. And I never forget you for what you have done. I never turned my back on you for anyone, 'cause I've got much love to give you, babe. I've got so much love to give you, babe. Till there's more. to last the whole life through. Take it away right now. Oh, right now. How you feeling so far? I wanna feel. All right. Next track. Oh yeah. Get down, get a little more volume in my mic right now. Yeah. Should I have faith in you? Should I put my trust in you? And should you let me down? Should I flirt around, Lord? Think this way, thinking that you're going away, when there ain't no way we'll stay together anymore. So am I to go now? Don't make the soup on it. Acting the child. Oh, you don't know what it. You know, long more you take off your mask, see your face. Don't how it feels to. Oh no. Oh no, no. My desire is for you to be true and strong. And then someday you will get to know where we went wrong. So you make me feel so bad. You make me feel so sad whenever I had to share your love. So how could I ever go on living this way? Acting like a child so young and oh, but now you don't know. You don't know how it feels to be loved now. Oh, now. Oh, yeah, right now. Ah, yeah. My desire is for you to be true and strong. Then someday I'll get to know where we went wrong. So you make me feel so bad. You went strong, no, yeah. Lord have mercy. Oh, right now. So how could I ever go on? I look and drink. I look and have soup in my mouth and sing. Let me see it. Okay. You don't know what it means to be loved. You don't know how it feels to be loved. Oh no, yeah. Thank you. What that mean? We must come, must leave? Okay. Lord, didn't tell you when you'll be ready and the feeling small. When tears are in your eyes, I will drive them home. Lord of mercy, you know what? I'm on your side. Oh, times get rough. And pray. Ease up and come again. So the singer here alone along the way look for her. No man, let's see him tune. Don't do that. Select her. Find her. Find her. Well, I didn't get in here. Win some. You win a whole heap. You win everything. Lord, when you be ready and the feeling small. When
tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side.
I'm on your side.
Oh, when times get rough.
Clapper, 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 clapper. Pain is all over. Let me hear you. Like breeze over troubled water, and I will lay me down low like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay. Y'all sing for me. You can't sing. When you down and out, when you're on the street, when the evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. Y'all alone, me see a video, me. So me have come over here, sir. Oh, right now, I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes, you shy your friend them here, nobody not laugh, man. And pain is all around like a bridge.
Like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay thee down.
No better crop on. Like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down. Crop on. Sail on, silver birds. Sail on fire. You know what, Dinthill? Your time has come to shine. All your dreams are underway. All the retirees, I might come and go, I can hear myself. See how they shine. Oh, when you need a friend, pretty girl, I'm sailing right behind you till like over water. I will like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down. All right. Yeah, thank you, thank you. And for all, God is good. And all the time. Sing with me. Well, oh no, have trouble. Don't. All right. Lord of mercy. Say just remember God is standing by. Oh, right now, oh yeah. When you have heartaches, don't. Oh no, oh no. So just remember God is standing by. All the true believers in here right now. Come on, sing for me now. Oh! God is standing by. Oh my God, you sound so good. So, don't you? And don't cry. Lift up your voice. I want to hear you sing. Oh! But wait, a piercing on me here now. I'm serious, you know. Wanna sound good, I swear. No, me not straight. And don't cry. Matter what you're going through today, just listen me now. Where you have troubles, don't cry. Oh no, oh no. Just remember, true and living God is standing by. Sometime when your burden is down, just remember. Oh my God. So, may I hear a sound here? May I tell you? And don't cry. Oh, oh, God. God is forever standing by right now. Yeah. So, don't you? And don't cry. Hey, you know. Yeah, and before I leave, let me give you this one. I mean, we all know what this pandemic and all of the obstacles that's been coming in our way. We know that we're still here. Those who are here, we have to just give thanks. Yeah, man, enough people, I'm seriously speaking now, enough people gone, enough people. Yeah, man, and we don't know why. It just come happen. Them never give no notice, say something come, nothing. It just come, but all the believers in God know that this is what it is. This is life. And storm go and come. You understand? And we never have no category 6 yet, but this was one. Yeah, man. The corona, I wait one name. This was one. But as you say, life is a storm, and we have to ride it out. You know what I mean? We can't give up. So we'll leave it with this one. All right. Don't give up, ride out the storm. You've been in the storm, and it seems like forever. See, and your nights of confusion, yeah, has been so long. Opportunity to touch. Ship has lost anchor, and the storm got you drifting. Pretend you're in church, all right? But just hold on to Jesus and ride out your storm. Your turn. Ride out your storm. God is here with you.
God is with you.
You may not feel him.
May not feel him.
But you're not
alone.
Next time I want to see you in a church. Yeah. You're hurting now, but your morning is coming. Thank you, Jesus. Hold on to Jesus. And this is my favorite verse. Listen up. Remember his promise. He said, I'll never forsake you. Though the waters are raging, they'll do you no harm. Don't give up the battle, no, no. For your answer is coming. No matter what you're going through, here, just hold on to Jesus and ride out your storm. Are you with me? Come on now. Ride out your storm. God is still with you. You may not feel it, But you're not. You're hurting. But you're. All you gotta do is just hold on to Jesus. And thank you for having me, and God bless, protect, and keep all you. Thank you here. And it worked out that we're one of the fittest of the fittest, you know. So no can remember that. You see me? Yeah, man, it's not over yet, but let's continue to stay safe and praise God and just understand, say, the God, same God yesterday, the same God tomorrow. I am not changed. Amen? Amen? Thank you. You're hurting.
But your morning is coming.
Just hold on to Jesus. And thank you.
Can we get a bigger round of applause for Mr. George Nooks, ladies and gentlemen? What they say, if music is food for the soul, let us play on. Unfortunately, we can't play on anymore this afternoon. So we're moving on with the program. But before I go to our tributes, I have something for our retirees. A woman came home to find her retired husband waving a rolled up newspaper around his head. Wife, what are you doing there? Husband, swatting flies. I got 3 males and 2 females. Wife, how on earth do you know which gender they were? Here the husband, easy. 3 were on the beer and the other 2 were on the phone. What message is that sending? All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we're going to be moving to our tributes. We have 3 of them, and we're going to just allow them to flow. So our first tribute will be from the Honorable Natalie Nita Headley, the Member of Parliament for North Central St. Catherine, followed by the tribute from Mrs. Debbie Pedley Bennett, President of the school's PTA. So we'll have them in that order. We have a representative. I'm not seeing Mrs. Headley. I didn't get your name, miss. So I'll invite Mrs. Brown, who is representing Mrs. Natalie Nita Head, Mrs. Bramwell. Did I get it correct this time? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mrs. Bramwell.
Thank you so much. Masters of Ceremony, Mr. Verrill Johnson and Mrs. Jennifer Campbell. Chairman of the board, Mr. Dennis Clark, whom I've finally gotten the chance to see, to put a face to the description. I've heard so many great things. Wonderful to finally meet you, sir. Director of Region 6 from the Ministry of Education, Mrs. Sophia Forbes Hill. Hall, sorry, left my spectacles. See with me. Mr. Anthony Garwood, Principal. Reverend Courtney Golding, Chaplain. Mrs. Debbie Fendley Pedley. So, I guess I have to hold it out far. So, Mrs. Debbie Pedley Bennett, pardon me, ma'am. The president of the PTA, Mr. Donovan Betancourt. President of the PSA, vice principals, teachers. Now I can put it on, I don't need the specs for this one. Students, families, friends, persons who have joined us on the online platform, and of course, our special honorees this evening. I will not take the time to call their names, because you would have heard them before and you're going to be hearing them reoccurring. But what I must say though is that I noticed that it is 7 of them, God's perfect number 7. And as I sat there, I said to myself, this must be a very special set of retirees. Special because I thought to myself, not more than God is going to grant you long, long life and good health to enjoy your retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to represent this afternoon our Member of Parliament, Natalie Nita. Of course, she could not be here for reasons beyond her control. And so it is my deepest pleasure to represent her and to join in saluting our 7 honorees this afternoon. I want to salute you and I want to sincerely thank you on MP's behalf. And I want to thank you because you have done what many would have wanted to do and did not get to do it. And so we have not taken it for granted. We want to thank you for the many roles that you have played. We want to thank you because those roles varied throughout the years. You have played the roles of mothers and fathers. I see Mrs. White raise her eyebrows. We want to thank you for being those listening ears for those children whose parents had to be working so hard that they had to look to you for the mothering and the fathering. We want to thank you for being counselors. You are at the secondary level, and so they would have gone through and would have experienced much of what we call the years. Psychologists call it the years of trials and tribulation. That's not the one I'm looking for, though. But as they changed in their secondary years, their bodies were changing and so on, they needed much counseling, and you did that. We want to thank you. We want to thank you for being leaders of example. Leaders that we as teachers, yes, I'm a teacher, can emulate and follow. We want to thank you for maintaining your integrity. Yes. And sustaining your... I see you shaking your head. What am I going to say? She's not sure. We want to thank you for ensuring that we never had to hang our heads in shame for anything down there in Linstead. You flew those flags high and you maintained and sustained. And we want to thank you. We want to also thank you for the sacrifices that you made. We know that you gave many lunch money. We know that you stayed up late. We know that you also stayed after school hours. Mr. Ferran, I know that Wentz and Mrs. White, who after the many teachers left and gone home, you were in those offices, burning the lamp and trying to figure things out of how to make Dinthill what it is today. So we want to thank you. We want to thank you for being motivators. We want to thank you for being friends. Yes, just smiling and just helping both teachers and students go through the everyday challenges of life. We salute you and we thank you. And as you go, I sat in the lobby and the principal, Mr. Garwood, he turned to me and he said, "What are you doing? You're writing lesson plan?" So I sat down and I quickly wrote a little poem. Hope I'll be able to see it without my spectacles. That as you go, I hope you will take even a line with you. And so I'm going to call it, I've called it, Know That. Now that you retire, await the fire in your wire. And by the way, ask Mr. Clark how to do that. You wouldn't want to see the waistline when Mr. Nooks was singing. Yes, it's time to dance. All through the years, you did want to do it. No. You get the chance, so do it. Now that you retire, let down your hair like you don't care. Okay, ball it off, rock, back, sit down in your chair. Dash with the clock, time for roll, time for rock. Your time for the road, it's a time for you to road, our bed. So when them wake you, lay down like you're dead. Yes, now that you retire, take your extended vacation. You have sacrificed almost all your life to education. You gave so much to our nation's children. Now sit down and watch them bloom in their beautiful garden. Now that you retire, live your life as you have imagined it to be. Free of chaos, free of noise. Just enjoy the many gifts you see. Well, I hear some stop, and there's some did reach. But you finish it. You hear me teach? In other words, do all that you wanted to do. Happy retirement to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to salute you this afternoon. We thank you and we just wish you all of God's richest blessings that lie ahead of you. All I want to say to you is enjoy them. Thank you so very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here on behalf of the PTA and the parents of the best technical high school in Jamaica. To the retirees, it requires to work with children, I believe, selflessness, a very loving personality, persistence and determination. And I have seen all of these qualities. And I must say thanks as a parent for what Dinthill has done, the teachers of Dinthill has done, the retirees have done in grooming our children, in getting them ready for the world. And as a parent, I appreciate teachers, I appreciate janitors, I appreciate every person who works with children. Children are not easy to work with. It requires, as I said before, love. You have to be dedicated. You have to be able to see the diamond in the rough. And I appreciate you all. I love you all. And I give God thanks for having given you the strength to work with our children, to bring them to where they are, and just to love them and just to see them for who they can be and not for what you have in front of you working with. So I give God thanks for all of you, and I just want to say you are appreciated, even though you have retired. I pray that you will enjoy these years of not having the little ones to run behind, of not having the little ones to pull out your hair for. And we send you off with our love, with our appreciation, with our heartfelt thanks. Thank you very much. You are loved and you are appreciated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our tributes. I now invite the president of the Past Students Association, Mr. Donovan Bettencourt, to come, following which our head girl, Miss Shalise Hall, will also bring her tribute. Make him welcome, please.
Boy, what a finke clap. Good afternoon to you all. I must say, first of all, that I'm very glad when I was offered this privilege to speak at this function, today in particular. I was glad because it's almost a year now that I have been to a podium. Yes, it's like a year that you're not speaking to people on Zoom and you're seeing real life. It's a year when Dale Carnegie, the art of public speaking, is gone through the window. It's real life, and it says, Mr. Nook spoke about it earlier. It's a different time, and I hope that we're seeing the light at the end of a tunnel, you know, because it's really good to see people again, to look into people's eyes and to say, wow. Chairman of the Board of Governors, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me ask that we observe all protocols already mentioned. Let me take special time to recognize and to say big up to our retirees. We love you. First out. Today is a special day for the 3 gentlemen and 4 young ladies who would have spent, and it's already spoken about, over 160 years at our institution cumulatively. And over that time, if you look at it and assume that you would have had, say, 150 students matriculating each year, you're talking about them having an impact on over 5,000 lives. Today, of those 5,000 lives, they are now called past students, many of them. And I am proud today to represent the group of persons who have been blessed by your service, the Past Student Association. Those students would have been molded, guided, and directed by your efforts. And we cannot underscore that kind of love, that kind of tenderness. Mr. Clark spoke about it. We count 160 years, but we are only counting the days. We don't count the weekends. We don't count the impact on family. It is a lot. A lot of us would have picked up all the ailments of life because of the rigors of those jobs. And today, as a past student of Dinthill Technical High School, I am ever thankful on behalf of the group. It is through your contribution that we can identify with some of our outstanding persons in society today. In academics, in business, in government. You know, we can speak of the E.G. Hunters, who are captains of industries. We can speak of a Margaret Watt, who leads in Florida. We can speak of a Gary Wright, who is an attorney in New York. And so many others. Ibamar, who is an entertainer. And all of us, we do owe what we have achieved and continue to achieve to the contribution that you 7 and the other persons like you have made. And again, I will continue to say we thank you. You have done a job and you have been given little thanks. Well, except for today. Little recognition. You have been blamed for the ills in society, for everything. The picnic not learn is your fault. The picnic not no manners are because you're not disciplining them. Everything. You continue to do that thankless job, and you continue to give that special gift. And over time, I am sure you have seen the results, and I'm sure you're proud, because we are proud of you. So today, on behalf of the past students of Dinthill Technical High School, Mrs. White, Mrs. Willie, Miss Nelson, Mrs. Spence, Mr. Ferron, Mr. Brown. Where's Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, yes, big up yourself. Mr. Livingston, we salute you. The entire past student fraternity salute you. We wish you well as you go off and enjoy the well-needed rest. We hope that this part of your life will be filled with good reflection, good health, and the ability to do the things that you have put off for a number of years, while you agonize over the poor handwriting, the bad spelling, and certainly for Mrs. White and Mr. Ferron, the unbalanced budget, while you are given the proverbial basket to carry water at the school. We thank you for all the assistance you have given us, and we do recognize that as past students, it is now our time to continue to support those that you have left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, honorees, I say, walk good, keep safe, and enjoy the One Maroon Way all the way. Thank you very much.
If someone were to ask me, what do you love the most about your school? I would immediately say my teachers. Yes, some may think it's cliche, but the thing that some of us fail to understand is who a teacher really is. Some may simply say, my math teacher, he teaches me math. Or my art teacher, he teaches me how to paint. But truly, a teacher is much more than an instructor. A teacher does more than teach. An epitome of a great body of teachers can be found at the Dinthill Technical High School, where instead of only sticking to what is in their job description, they go out of their comfort zone. They persist to inspire. They persist to motivate. They love. They give out everything to help. Good day, everyone. My name is Shalise Hall, and I am the head girl of the Dinthill Technical High School. I am truly and utterly honored to be here, standing to give greetings and congratulations to our retirees this afternoon on behalf of the student population. Annie Michaels once said, "The best teacher lodges an intent not in the mind, but from the heart." You have indeed done an excellent job. We thank you from the bottom of our very hearts for your tireless dedication to our betterment for years on top of years on top of years. And yes, you get tired of us sometimes, because a lot of us definitely give a lot of trouble. Retirees, Mrs. White, this is not a time to be sad. Although we'll miss you, you have worked assiduously to build your career and can now step back and appreciate how far you have come and the many lives that you have impacted at the Dinthill Technical High School and out of the school community. Not only is it a time for reflection, but it is a time for you to sit back and relax, put up your feet and have a good time, and spend a lot of time with your family and friends, not working anymore. Isn't that good? Right. So retirees, Mr. Lloyd Ferron, Mrs. Monica White, Mrs. Jennifer Willie, Mrs. Maureen Fleming Spence, Mr. Livingston Lewing, Mr. Paul Brown, and Miss Yvonne Nelson. Congratulations on your retirement and all the best in your beautiful and exciting journey ahead. We will miss you indeed. Although you have retired, just remember, you will always, always, always be a teacher by heart. Congratulations again. And let's not forget, you all are very and utterly beautiful this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to express thanks to all those who have presented tributes, our head girl, Mr. Betancourt, Mrs. Pedley Bennett, and Mrs. Murphy Bromwell. At this time, we're going to have a little bit of light music as we allow you to complete your meals, following which we will continue the program. So we turn over to our disc jock to give us some music while we complete our lunch. Tribute that will be coming right now is by Mr. Jared Anson, a past student who will be delivering his musical tribute. Please put your hands together for Jared as he makes his presentation.
Okay, that was one of our past students, Mr. Jared Ansine. He was a member of the music club. Good. Can I see the hands of those of you who blessed your food before you ate? That table not here, you know. Amen. Lovely. Because, you know, there's nobody came up to bless the food. Good. So we're good Christian people. Isn't that so? Amen. We're still eating, but we have to go. The show must go on. Right. Something else for our retirees before we get into our presentations. Retirement isn't the end of the road, but just a turn in the road. It is a time to enjoy the things you never could before. Enjoy your new weekends, which will last 7 days. One of our retirees heard that. Mr. Farron, did you hear that, sir? Enjoy your new weekends, which will last 7 days. Can you imagine? You can do all sorts of things in those 7 days. All right, so we'll continue, ladies and gentlemen. We're now moving to our citations and presentations. At this point in time, I'll invite Miss Joan Francis to make our first presentation to Miss Yvonne Nelson. Miss Nelson, I'll invite you up. Following which, I'll invite Mrs. Bennett. You'll do that presentation to Miss Nelson. Miss Francis, a round of applause. Thank you. Can we get a gentleman to escort Miss Rose up, please, and thank you. Any gentleman will do, right, Miss Rose? Lovely.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Citation to Miss Yvonne Rose Nelson. It is often felt that the names given to individuals by their parents have a bearing on their personalities, which reflect their success in any undertakings. As for this retiree, this is most certainly so. Her parents created a rose that reflected her character's beauty and the sweet fragrance of that flower in her workplace and community. Miss Nelson, affectionately called Miss Rose, joined the ancillary staff of the Dinthill Technical High School temporarily as a cleaner on September 1, 2007. She was subsequently appointed in July 2012 as a result of her meticulous attitude to her work and her warm and engaging personality. After 12 years of service, we sadly see her retire in February 2019. It was Lahila Giffy Akita who says that environmental cleanliness begins with each individual's desire to be clean. Cleanliness was the hallmark of her being, and she took great pride in her duties, and everyone enjoyed the ambience of the premises because of her, thus reflecting what Newton Gingrich says: Perseverance is the hard work you do after getting tired of doing the hard work you already did. Survival in the workplace is dependent on the worker's ability to be a team player. Ms. Rose enjoyed her colleagues and worked assiduously with them to have the environment of the Dinthill Technical High School be of such that it was always home away from their home on the compound, especially the grade 7 block. A character of love and grace was demonstrated each moment that she engaged with the students when she served their lunches. I am sure that the students, for a moment, thought that they were home and being fed or feted by their mothers. Miss Nelson, the Dinthill family will be forever grateful for your shared insights, your guidance, your calm, thoughtful, and impressionable ways. You oftentimes went beyond the call of duty to ensure that all jobs were well done. Today, we salute you, Miss Nelson, for you remind us of the text from Ephesians 6, verse 6 to 7, not with eye service as men pleasers, but as the servants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart, with good will-doing service as to the Lord and not to men. And so we find it extremely hard to just say thanks for your hard work, your commitment, and your invaluable contribution to the success of this noble institution, Dinthill Technical High School. We wish that you could do it differently, for you are one special rose in our sight and in the sight of God. Now, as you close this chapter of your sojourn and move on to the next chapter of your life, may it be filled with all your desires. May your dreams and expectations be realized fully. The Board of Management, principal, staff, and students of the Dinthill Technical High School wish you divine and supernatural health, wisdom, wealth, with the adding of long life. Hip hip! Hooray. To Miss Rose. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get a bigger round of applause for Miss Rose, please? She worked well with the grade 7 students, so she is missed. The next presentation we'll be moving to will be to Mr. Paul Brown. We'll invite Mrs. Champagne, and we'll also invite Mrs. Forbes Hall to do that presentation. So Mrs. Champagne, please escort Mr. Brown up. Thank you. Make him welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is our El Español Senior.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeff Van Gundy posits, to be successful in anything, you have to have a passion for it. And that leads to being enthusiastic and demanding. These words aptly distinguish Paul Andrew Brown, Spanish teacher extraordinaire who joined the Dinthill family on the 1st of September 1988 as a member of the language department. He was indeed enthusiastic about teaching El Español, and the language would roll off his tongue as if it were his first language. He was quite proud of his accomplishments, especially when his students, to whom he often gave of his time in offering extra lessons, were successful in their CSEC exams. He also speaks impeccable English, and as such, had a short stint as a teacher of English language and literature. He is thus an excellent translator of Spanish to English and vice versa. Paul lived by the mantra, excellence is not an exception, it is a prevailing attitude. He was always well prepared for classes. Diligent, efficient, faithful, aptly describe his dedication in attending classes and meeting deadlines. Despite whatever challenges, he worked constantly in order to function professionally. Frankness, his passion for teaching, and his faith were enveloped in him and were further surrounded by his good sense of humor, as he would often erupt in exuberant and sincere laughter. He was respectful, but not easily persuaded. The difference between ordinary and extraordinary is the little extra. So states Rose Briar. An avid guitarist, chess enthusiast, and player, he formed a chess club to encourage young people to develop the skill and often work with the musicians in the music club. The backbone of a good school is not made from fancy classrooms and large campuses. It is made from excellent education imparted by teachers like you, sir. In great appreciation for the years of dedication to education, and especially for all the lives that you have impacted over the years, farewell, sir, adios, and bon voyage.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again for Mr. Paul Brown. Last time I had an encounter with Mr. Brown discussing cricket. And when I went into some issues, he said, "You're not an aficionado of the game, so I'm not going to have any discussion with you." That's the kind of man we're talking about, Mr. Paul Brown. At this time, we're going to be featured with a musical tribute by Mr. Jordan Grayson, our current student. Put your hands together as Mr. Grayson comes to us. Thank you so very much, Mr. Grayson. Lovely. Put your hands together again. Well done. Very good. As we proceed with our citations, our next presentation will be made by Mrs. Erica Burke. I invite Mrs. Burke to come and to escort Mr. Livingston Lewin as she will make that presentation. To make the presentation to Mr. Lewin, I invite our principal, Mr. Garwood. Please make him welcome. Or
Citation, Livingston Asher Lewin. Consummate artist, influential, humanitarian, educator extraordinaire, monumental, possessing monumental skills and phrases that can fittingly be ascribed to Mr. Livingston Lewin, who joined the Dinthill family in September 1, 1997, as an art educator in the visual arts department. As a teacher, he has molded many lives and given strong leadership to many individuals. I aspire to inspire before I expire must have been foremost in his mind as he worked assiduously with his students and also as he worked to provide some of the most exquisite decorations for the various school events. Keith Harden postulates, art should be something that liberates your soul. This accentuates the myth of a man, Livingston Asher Lewin, who through his medium has influenced and developed many a young mind that came under the influence of his tutelage during his years of teaching. He who works his hand as a laborer, he who works with his hand and his head is a craftsman. He who works with his hands and his head and his heart is an artist. Saint Francis of Assisi. This aptly describes the astute man who has worked extensively in and is recognized both locally and abroad as a man of worth through his many art forms. Inhale possibility, exhale creativity. Laura Jaworski. This was practiced and perfected in and through his dedicated, selfless, and inspiring service to both school and wider community. During his tenure at Dinthill, he worked and excelled in several capacities, including Dean of Discipline, Head of the Visual Arts Department, House Leader, positions through which he was able to teach, counsel, mold, and lead young minds into becoming worthwhile, decent citizens. An avid sports enthusiast, he always tries his hand at any staff match being played, whether it is football or cricket, and was a vibrant supporter of various school sports teams. This giant of a man epitomizes the true meaning of volunteerism, leadership, mentorship, commitment, and community. He had a contagious sense of humor, which made him a gravitational pull for many of his colleagues, who also found him to be a great listener. Always be there for others. Always inspire them with your dreams and hope, vision and mission, attitude and aptitude. Postulate the Brash Mirada. He has installed He was installed, as Justice of the Peace and served as a member of the Dispute Resolution Foundation and a trained mediator, which enabled him to interact with even more and more with his wider community. For many years, you have dedicated yourself to educating students through kindness, wisdom, and positivity. For this, we express sincere gratitude. In the end, it's not the years in your life that count, but the life in those years. And indeed, your years have been, and much more, much life. Congratulations on your retirement, my friend. Live well, bon voyage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us join in applauding again Mr. Livingston Lewin, artist extraordinaire, good friend of mine. I would have felt his drawings as a young teacher when I was enjoying my teacher's day meal, just to come to school the next day to see a cartoon on the board bearing a resemblance of me. But on my arms was a little pig, a little goat, a little fish, and that was the kind of man Mr. Lewin was. My friend, enjoy your retirement, and may God be with you. Our next presentation will be done by Mrs. Malcolm, and she will be presenting to Mrs. Fleming Spence. Put your hands together and welcome Mrs. Malcolm and Mrs. Spence, our librarian extraordinaire. To make that presentation, I will call on Mr. Dennis Clark to present to Mrs. Spence.
Master of Ceremonies, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, teachers, students, good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to stand here this afternoon to read this citation to Mrs. Maureen Fleming Spence. Citation for Maureen Fleming Spence, teacher librarian extraordinaire. It was Eugene Peter Burton, an American educator, who states, "Teaching is leaving a vestige of oneself in the development of another. And surely the student is a bank where you can deposit your most precious treasures." Peter Burton's quote aptly describes one of our guests of honor, Mrs. Maureen Fleming Spence. For more than 3 decades, she selflessly engaged in the development of students, depositing precious treasures in them. She joined the Dinthill Technical High School staff in September 1992 as a teacher librarian. However, so eager was Mrs. Spence to leave a vestige of herself on the young minds in the hollowed walls of the institution, she did not limit herself to the role of teacher librarian. She often answered the clarion call and shared her expertise when it was difficult to find subject teachers. As such, this multi-talented and selfless individual has deposited precious treasures in students, whether it was teaching Spanish, CSEC social studies and English, or CAPE sociology. Her students have benefited from her unwavering demonstration of compassion, commitment, and care as she fulfilled her role as teacher librarian. She could be found even outside of regular school hours, helping students to develop and hone the necessary research skills, guiding them to find resources in the library, and facilitating the completion of assignments. Mrs. Fleming Spence believed that she should widen her knowledge base, and if she did that, she would be better shaped to do well with her students so that they could become worthwhile citizens of the 21st century. Therefore, in 2001, she successfully completed a Bachelor's of Art in Library Science, upper second class honors, and in 2013, she earned a Master's of Arts degree in Library Information. Her insatiable appetite for learning and ongoing professional training motivated her to engage in short courses, gaining a certificate in business administration from the Western Carolina University School of Business in the US, and a certificate from the Jamaica Library and Information Association. Her vocational and professional expertise was not confined to her students. She served as a marker of CSEC social studies and was later invited to be an assistant examiner for sociology. Her selfless contribution to education has not gone unnoticed by those whom she served. Her last appraisal bears testimony of her ability to communicate well with her students and her willingness to explore new ways to facilitate learning among her students. She faithfully turned up for her duties, but it was never always work and no play for Mrs. Fleming Spence. She could be described as a cultural guru, the ex officio member of the planning committee of every school event. She found joy in planning and participating in activities such as Heroes Day celebration, Jamaica Day, and AgriFest to enrich and broaden students' knowledge. She would take artifacts from her home to provide a tangible experience for school cultural events. This strong, determined woman can be described as Dinthill Technical High School magazine committee. We admired her courage to manage major projects, often working behind the scenes. Brick by brick, she worked meticulously towards achieving tasks, always ensuring that her goals were achievable. Mrs. Spence was highly motivated and therefore motivated her students to realize their full potential. She embraced the Dinthill's motto, facta non verba, deeds, not words, and advocated for scholarships for needy sixth form students so they could pursue post-secondary education. Fleming Spence also deposited precious treasures in her colleagues. She will certainly leave a vestige of herself among us, a quiet powerhouse who always seeks to identify with the better version of her peers. She is convinced that there is good in the worst of us and can overlook the bad in the best of us. An excellent team player who has served well. Mrs. Fleming Spence, you have deposited your treasures as you go off to your retirement. Dinthill Technical High School wishes you long life. We wish you the best in all your endeavors. Thank you for your service to Dinthill Technical, and we say thanks to your family for having loaned you to us. Thank you, Mrs. Spence.
Thank you, Mrs. Malcolm. Can we get another round of applause for Mrs. Spence, please? Beautiful. Our next presentation will be done by Miss Olivia Mackenzie, and this will be done to Mrs. Jennifer Willie, Guidance Counselor Extraordinaire. After which I'll invite Miss Bramwell. She's not here. Oh, yes, she's here. Miss Bramwell will do the presentation afterwards. Thank you. Round of applause for Mrs. Willie, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Step forward. Citation presented to Mrs. Jennifer Anne-Marie Willie. On the 1st of November 1989, warmth, peace, patience, and beauty entered the gates of Dinthill Technical High School. All these characteristics were wrapped and embedded in the human form of Mrs. Jennifer Willie. Mrs. Willie was employed in the capacity of guidance counselor. The institution was blessed to have garnered a highly proficient counselor who in time displayed skill sets worthy of the title Counselor Extraordinaire. Mrs. Willie's vision and mission were to develop and promote the holistic health of all stakeholders. Her warm and welcoming personality magically captivated the hearts of the hurt and wounded. Her undeniable presence invited individuals to seek guidance and counseling from a standpoint of peace and love as they sojourned to a path of healing. Mrs. Willie's passion was to encourage individuals to be their best selves while achieving holistic health. This passion was truly evident in her interaction with students and staff. Her commitment to her job would often push her to go beyond the call of duties, but with pride and dedication, she would approach and surmount each obstacle, knowing full well that her intervention could change a life. Mrs. Willie was more than a counselor. To many, she was mentor, motivator, mother, and a space of love and security. Her journey at Dinthill Technical cannot be measured by the many academic accolades, but the profound impact she has had on the effective dominance of the populace is undeniable. A true great counselor is hard to find, difficult to part with, and impossible to forget, quote anonymous. Mrs. Willie, it is with great pleasure that I stand here on behalf of the Board of Management, principals, staff, students, present and past, to laud you for your hard work, You are indeed a true lady of the soil, a stalwart. Congratulations on your retirement, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you, Ms. Mackenzie and Ms. Bramwell. Before we get into the other presentations, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a duet by Mrs. Kerry-Ann Hines-Lewis and Mr. Dimitri Henry. Those are past teachers, a past teacher and a past student. We'll have that now.
When you're down in trouble and you need some love and care, when you're down in trouble and you need some love and care, and nothing is going right. Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to brighten up even your darkest night. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running. I'll see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you gotta do is call, and I'll be there. You've got a friend. If the sky above you goes dark and full of clouds, and that old north wind begins to blow, just keep your head together and call out my name, and soon I'll be knocking at your door. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, winter, spring, all you gotta do is call, and I'll be there. You got a friend. You got a friend. You got a friend. You. You know you got a friend. You got a friend. You've got a friend. You got a friend. You got a friend.
That was awesome, wasn't it? Yes. You've got a friend indeed. Another one for our retirees. An elderly gentleman who had had serious hearing problems for a number of years went to the doctor to be fitted for a hearing aid that would return his hearing to 100%. The elderly gentleman went back for further tests a month later, and the doctor said, "Your hearing is perfect. Your family must be really pleased that you can hear again." To which the gentleman replied, "Oh, I haven't told my family yet. I just sit around and listen to the conversations. I've changed my will 3 times. So we know we pretend that we're not hearing, right, but we're hearing. Good, so our next presentation will be to Mrs. Monica White, our Mother Eagle. This will be done by Mr. Peterson, our male vice principal. And I'll invite Mr. Clark to do the presentation at the end as well. Thank you. Let's make her welcome. No, that thank you bad.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure in presenting this citation to my friend and colleague, Mrs. Monica White. A citation for Mrs. Monica Jean White. It was Dolly Parton who said, "If your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you're an excellent leader." This aptly describes our Mother Eagle, Mrs. Monica White, whose sojourn at the Dinthill Technical High School began in September 1986. She joined the staff as a member of the English Language Department, now called the Language and Communications Department. The reward for her work done well is an opportunity to do more, and consequently she was entrusted with the task of molding the young minds and was given the responsibility as the grade 7 coordinator, and later as the senior lady in charge of the grades 7 to 9 group. Brian Tracy said, "Leadership is the ability to get extraordinary achievement from ordinary people." And Mrs. White's work with the staff and students among the lower school group demonstrated that she was in fact an extraordinary leader. Her care and compassion for her staff and students went beyond the call of duty. She fed, protected, and motivated her children to be better than the best and to develop an eagle mentality, soar to higher heights, and always strive for excellence. It is no surprise that she was given the name Mother Eagle. Her strategic and exemplary leadership eventually propelled her to the role of vice principal and later to acting principal. This is where she shined and showed the world that she was no common fowl, but that she could fly like an eagle, and if necessary, rise like the phoenix. Mrs. White, we salute you and thank God for the legacy she left with us. You will be remembered as a woman whose strong Christian principles imitated Christ. May you continue to live. 1 Corinthians 15 verse 10, which says, "But by the grace of God I am what I am, and his grace towards me was not in vain. On the contrary, I worked harder than any of them, though it was not I, but the grace of God that is in me." We from Dinthill Technical High School, we thank you very much. And we know that we'll continue with some of those rich lessons that you taught us, and we will ensure that our students live by them, and we will forever be eagles and not common fowls. We thank you very much.
I expected you to keep the applause going for Mrs. White, you know. And our final presentation, well, in this category, in this section, will be to Mr. Lloyd Ferron. I'll invite Mr. Ferron, and I'll also invite Mrs. Champagne to do that presentation, followed by Miss Francis, who will do the next presentation. So he'll be surrounded by females today, or women. Thorn in the middle of the roses, or rose in the middle of the thorns. Either way.
What an educator writes on the blackboard of life can never be erased. Mr. Lloyd Tyrone Ferron has written positively on the pages of the chapter of Dinthill Technical High School, among others, and he has created many highlights on the blackboard. It is with extreme delight that we assemble here this afternoon to demonstrate our indebtedness and gratitude to this magnificent author of an educator. Your career as an educator started in 1982 at the tender age of 20 years old, when you taught at the Citations Golding High School. Having had a taste of the education system, you recognized your true potential for training minds and sought to qualify yourself at the Micro Teachers College in 1984. You subsequently obtained higher education at the University of Technology, where you obtained a Bachelor of Education in Industrial Technology. Your educator journey continued when you read for your Master of Education in Educational Administration and Curriculum and Instruction at the Boston College in 2004. Subsequently, you sealed this academic sojourn with a Certificate of Advanced Educational Specialization, where you majored in Educational Leadership from the said Boston College. You served graciously as an educator at the Happy Grove High School, the Micro Practicing School, and St. George's College. In 2001, you were promoted to the post of Vice Principal at St. George's College. And interestingly, as one of your philosophies reads, "The sky is the limit," you were further promoted to Principal of the St. George's College in 2004. Not totally satisfied with educating only your own by sharing the wealth of knowledge you acquired in the Jamaican education system, you journeyed to the Turks and Caicoses Clement High School to serve as principal for 7 years. But the call of your alma mater, Dinthill Technical High School, whose motto is facta non verba, was too strong to ignore. Thus, Jamaica, and specifically Dinthill, became your home again for another 6 years, then as principal. Your involvement in extracurricular activities must be highlighted, as you were a valuable asset in activities such as football, netball, basketball, table tennis, and track and field. You took teams to church to hear the words of God and for special blessings in competitions. These youngsters were certainly fond of your fatherly impact on them. Of your many commendable attributes, sir, most noteworthy are your humility and compassion. You have the uncanny ability to share wholeheartedly in the grief and suffering of others. You, sir, have exemplified that following in Jesus' footsteps means backing away from what is best for you and doing what is best for others. A true test of a servant leader. On a lighter side, before we close, we will never forget your greeting to the students and workers at the Dinthill. You would say, "Good morning, students, teachers, and visiting friends." Everyone would look around to see the visiting friends, but they were not there. The joke was made known to us that visiting friends were those students who refused to conform to the rules of the school, and that they were just visiting until it was time for them to go. This was a daily reminder for students to keep in line, and it was most effective, sir. It created a buzz among the students for a very long time. In closing, sir, I am reminding you that you will always be a part of the Dinthill Technical High School family. A retired person once said, "Retirement is when you stop living at work and start working at living." Likewise, we are encouraging you, sir, to work at living as you retool to take on the exciting adventures in this new chapter of retirement. Let us all wish you all of God's blessings and prosperity in all that you set out to do in this new period of your journey. Because you will never stop being an educator, you have only changed the venue for the lessons. All the best, sir.
Another round of applause for Mr. Ferron. Beautiful. At this point in time, we'll have another musical tribute by Mr. David Brooks. Make him welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy retirement. How can I say thanks for the things you have done for me? Things so undeserved, yet you gave to prove your love for me. And the voices of a million angels could not not express my gratitude. All that I am and ever hope to be, I owe it all to thee. We say, how can we say thanks for the things you have done for us? Things so undeserved, yet you gave to prove your love for us. And the voices of a million angels could not express all gratitude. All that we are and ever hope to be, we owe it all to thee. And to God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things He has done. With His blood He has saved me. With His bow the Lord has raised me. To God be the glory for the things He has done. Just let me live my life. Lord, let it be pleasing unto Thee. And should I ever gain any praise, let it flow to Calvary. With His blood He has saved me. With His bow He has raised me. To God be the glory for the things He has
Can we get another round of applause for David? Well done, well done. Okay, something else for our retirees. Some people say that retirement signifies the end of all life's tension. But that's true only if you have a grand pension. How many of you retirees have a grand pension? So let me say that again. Some people say that retirement signifies the end of all life's tension. But that's true only if you have a grand pension. And those of us in education knows what that looks like. At this point in time, I'll invite Mrs. Monica White, the retiree with the longest number of years, to give a response on behalf of the retirees. Please make her welcome, our Mother Eagle.
Bless the Lord. I am what I am by the grace of God. Bless the Lord. Our chairpersons, Mrs. Campbell and Mr. Verrell Johnson, Chairman of the Board of Governors, and former boss, Mr. Dennis Clark, Rev, our chaplain, Madam Forbes Hall, our region's director. We have Mrs. Bramwell, representing our MP. Sir Garwood, principal of the Dinthill Technical High School. Staff of the Dinthill Technical High School. We have Mr. Bedencourt, who represents the Past Student Association. Mrs. Pedley Bennett, the PTA. Families and friends of the Honoree, distinguished ladies and gentlemen all, good afternoon. Or is it evening? Yes, it's still afternoon. Friends, COVID-19 has been a game changer. It has impacted the lives of people around the world. None was spared, regardless of your financial status, your color, or your creed. It has changed the lives of everything. It has changed every facet of society, and school is no different. Madam Director, school has been changed in a way that we'll never be able to go back to. And we should not look to go back because we can't. It will not be. The things that have happened have changed for good. And some things that we wanted changed long ago in schools that we thought could not be changed, they have been changed. And I know that some are for the good and we are happy. Some are not so good, but by the grace of God, the change will propel us because that's who we are. We can adopt and move on. And so I say to us, be not dismayed. All things are possible with God. At Dinthill, it so happened that I was at the forefront when that pandemic came. And I just want to, at this point, pause to say to the magnificent staff at the Dinthill Technical High School, what a tremendous team that we have that did the response. We were able to put in place excellence at its best. And this is a legacy that will go on. We have been changed for the better. I salute you, staff. I thank you for the hard work. I thank you for what we were able to do to make sure our students who were so afraid to even come through the gates were able to come back, and our great teachers, Madam Guidance Counselor, was there to say to them, we will not be afraid. We will move on. And indeed they did. And Mr. Chairman, the results from CXC is there to tell. It has never been better. They did a tremendous job. Thank you to our great teachers. During that time, I want to say that our staff, the entire staff, the office, the ancillary, they got on board, all hands on deck, and made Dinthill the envy of other schools in terms of wanting to see the prototype that was there so it could be replicated other places. I thank you. This evening, the task is mine to say thanks on behalf of the honorees. That's my purpose here. But this moment was one that I needed to just say thanks to the staff and to all who supported us, the past students, the parents, during the time when this pandemic struck without warning, and we responded. And so, at this point, it is my with a profound sense of gratitude that I, on behalf of the honorees here this evening, my colleagues, we want to acknowledge and we want to thank you for the tangible evidence of appreciation in our honor this afternoon. The theme is quite apt, celebrating a legacy of excellence. Your presence with us in person and virtually is a demonstration of your unwavering support over these many years. Our combined 161 years of serving this institution was not accidental. It was designed by the Almighty, and we were just tools in His hands to enact the school's motto, facta non verba, deeds, not words. The 7 honorees represent this evening an accurate depiction of the various skills and talents that God has brought together in this institution to accomplish His purpose at the appropriate time. All persons were strategically positioned to get the task done. From administration, ancillary, and academic represented here this evening. And we are just grateful that the Lord was able to use us to bring glory and honor to His name. Ladies and gentlemen, I pause to say thank you to the entire Dinthill team for putting all hands on deck. This is a team effort, and God has truly been faithful. The Bible tells us that Paul planted, Apollos watered, and God gave the increase. In our sense, we see some conceptualized, some planted, and some watered, and again, God gave the increase, and we are grateful. Thank you for helping us in accomplishing the mission that we were sent to do. I want to just pause to recognize the set of administrators, my VPs who worked with me, and all the others, my bursar, my secretary, and all of those who have been there, yes, to ensure that we got the task done. And this evening I want to say that whatever level of success that we have achieved individually in our career, we are mindful that we are indebted to you all who have labored, given support in terms of resources and encouragement throughout this journey. Our colleagues and friends who kept us grounded, our superiors for their leadership and guidance, for the parents and the alumni locally and in the diaspora for their commitment and support to the Dinthill. To our students, over the many years who have taught us, and Mrs. Willie sometimes force us to cultivate and exercise the fruit of the Spirit. Among these fruits are the patience and self-control that we had to exhibit. And the truth is, each of us as honoree this evening, we have our own stories, can tell many of them. Time would not allow us to be able to tell of the stories that have really tested us, that we have confronted, and how we overcame. But the fact that I'm given the mic this evening, allow me maybe to use one or two of my examples. I heard somebody says, go ahead, while I see my daughter shaking her head, saying, no, mommy, don't go there. But I will just give you one or two of those examples. In my early years at Dinthill, and I went there quite young, I had the task of teaching language and communication skills to the engineering students. And in those days, those young men were really big men. And so I was in my class teaching and was just making sure that you give them the examples and give them the grounding and allow them to be able to go, because our young men were seeking now to go on to UTech to be trained in the different sphere. And while I was there was one young man who was looking at me very intently as I taught. And I thought, wow, at least he's getting it. And he raised his hand. And I was excited to, be able to clarify whatever he was saying. He says, Miss, you married? I said, yes, I am married. He says, tell your husband to take care of you because me will take you away. I said to him, I'll pass on the information and continue teaching. To the other side of the room, I heard one says, she tough, man, she tough. And so I kept teaching. I went home, I shared it with my husband, and he said, if you go back, just tell him, yes, I got his message, but ensure that he does well in school, because the Lord will give him a wife just like you for himself when he's ready. He said to me, don't remind him, only if he asks, then you tell him. I say, good, and I kept that promise, and we did. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to indulge you for a moment, because I want to salute the spouses and children of our honorees this evening, those who have been with us on this journey, in the good times and in the not so good times, in sickness and in health. They have been there. We all have had our fair share of the struggles, but God in his mercies and wisdom has been our fortress and our strong tower, and we are grateful. I know that our guidance counselor, Mrs. Willie, has had her time and the Lord has been there. I know that Mrs. Fleming Spence has had her time and the Lord has been there. I know that Mr. Livingston Lewin has had his time and the Lord has been there. I know that Mrs. Yvonne Nelson has had her time and the Lord is there. I know that Mr. Paul Brown has had his time and the Lord has been there. Oh, yeah. And in recent times, we see our CEO, Mr. Farron, has had his time. And this afternoon, I'm so grateful to the Lord for having restored the health, for having led you, being able to stand. Mrs. Farron and family, I thank you for nurturing and for caring, because he's yours, but he's ours too. We have come to love and respect our leader. May God continue to grant you health and strength, Mr. Farron, and all of us together. Mr. Chairman, I ask of you special permission to pay tribute to my late husband, who has been my biggest supporter and cheerleader throughout my entire career. He has been there all the time and over time and every time and was always there. I want to thank him. And I want to thank my children for learning from a great man. Thank you for your support. Families and friends, we, the Honoree, are so very grateful to you for being there for us. Colleagues, we will miss the unique Dinthill family bond that we have developed over the years. We are better for having been there. And I believe I can safely say for all of us, we have no regrets. I heard our current principal, Mr. Garwood, say that we came, we saw, and we conquered. I want to join to say we came. We gave of our best, and we gave of our all, and the mission has been accomplished. Our purpose at Dinthill is fulfilled, and we can go off and do the other things that we had long wanted to do. Teaching has been my passion. I started maybe when I was 1 or 2, teaching the chairs and the tables at home. And it was my father who said to me, "You're going to be one of the greatest teachers in this nation." And so when I was beckoned to do many other things, I said no, because I must fulfill the purpose. I heard it from my father, and I believe that. Madam Director, I've had the opportunity of being abroad in our ASCD conference, and I've been lured by many of those who have been there. Direct say, "Come, join us, we have everything set for you." And I say no. I was prepared to teach in Jamaica. My mission, my passion is there. And wherever I go, Jamaica is the place that I will teach until I die. And so this evening, I am happy that based on the track records of all the honorees, I can purport that we have heeded the advice of Steve Jobs, who posits, "Live each day as if it were your last. Give it your best." And we have seen our teachers do just that. Our administrators do just that over the many years. So as we exit the nest of the great Mother Eagle Dinthill, I say to you all who will continue the rich tradition, do not drop the baton. Our mission is to train and grow eagles, giving hope to every person, be it young or old, who walk through the portals of Dinthill. We want to ensure that they soar. We must continue to be the wind under their wings and allow them to soar. If I may, I'll just tell one more story, Anna, because I believe that our children were meant to soar. Madam Director, you have known our situation, the education situation in Jamaica, that there are some students who will walk into high school and can't read. And some years ago, I came across one such boy. And when I looked at him and I saw the struggle that he had, he wanted to do well. By virtue of him getting a space at Dinthill, he wanted to succeed. He wanted to do well. But there were gaps. Something happened along the way, and he could not read. And I thought, this is strange. God, you have to. And the Lord well up that compassion in my heart. And I say, God, you have got to show me what to do to help the student. I took all his book after school and I looked through them. I leafed them through and I realized that he was getting some math correctly. So I said, the boy is smart. Obviously, he can do math quite well. And so I say to him, young man, I will help you, but you have to be here at 7 o'clock in the morning so I can at least give you an hour before school begins. And he said, yes, miss, I'll be there. And he was from Clarendon. And I don't know how he did it, but he was there. And that's why I told him, sir, I pay tribute to my husband. He says, go ahead. I'll take care of our little ones. I'll ensure that they do whatever they have to do while you go and help him. And we did. And I'm here to tell you that within 1 term of being there, I walked into class one day and the young man says, miss, I'll read the passage today. And I said to him, really? And he says, yes, miss. And I didn't want to bruise his ego. So I said to him, go ahead. And I decided I would read along with him so that he would not be ridiculed. By the time he reaches the end of the first 3 sentences, I just stopped in awe. And he was reading with expression. He was reading. He was going on. And the class was silent. And he read. And I wanted to somersault. I feel like just King Lick in the class. And he read. And the student says, miss, he sounds like you. Let him read again. That boy left Dinthill with 5 CXCs. Mr. Clark, it was out of that I came to you and said, sir, we must begin a reading program because we have them come. We must do that because I know they could. They come in believing they are common fowls. We must make them know they are eagles. And so, and it doesn't matter whether it be a student or a worker, we must ensure that they come into that. And so I say to my colleagues today, collaboration and teamwork are paramount. Resist the temptation to say and act the words, this is above my pay level or my pay grade. We have people who say that all the time. No, I won't do that. That's above my pay grade. I say to you, opportunity missed some people because it comes in overall and looks like work. So I beg of us, let's adopt the Japanese version of the musical chair. We know the musical chair that we play? Yes. We put the chairs there and we go around and the purpose of it is to eliminate anyone left unseated. Then that chair, you are out and another chair is taken and it goes around like that. But the Japanese do it another way. When the music stops, we must make sure that no one is eliminated. We must pull them into our lap, stop them on our legs, share the seat with them, ensure that they too are a part. We don't want to leave anybody because if we do, all of us will fail. We'll all be failures. Find a way to pull them in. I want to say to us, none is as good as all of us together. That's how a legacy of excellence is created and maintained. Our own Usain Bolt is known as the fastest man alive for the 100 meter, winning it at 9.58 seconds, and that remains and stands. But we also need to remember that he was a member of the 4x100 relay that they won in 38.84 seconds. An average speed, 9.21. collaboration makes us faster together. Remember, we run for Dinthill and for the betterment of those entrusted to our care. Those who come after us must find us faithful. Let's run together with God. Together, it is possible. God bless you.
And the church says,
Amen.
Hallelujah.
What a wonderful afternoon it has been. Yes, we are almost at the end. I tell you, when Mrs. White spoke, Miss Hall, who is leaving, it reminds us of how the wolves changed the park. It takes some determined, driven wolves to change the park, don't it? And you can see that we had some wonderful wolves who changed Dinthill for the better. Thank you very much for your service, all our honorees. We have a time for special presentations. I'm going to invite our principal, Mr. Anthony Garwood, to come. And we're going to also invite all our honorees at this time, as we'll be making special presentations from the Past Students Association, the New York chapter. Please escort our honorees to the front, and Mr. Garwood will take it. All our honorees, please. All our honorees. So, Miss Yvonne Nelson, Mr. Paul Brown, Mr. Livingston Lewin, Mrs. Fleming Spence, Mrs. Jennifer Willie, Mrs. Monica White, and Mr. Lloyd Ferron. We invite them to come to the front as we will be making special presentations. After which, the chairman, yes, we did mention that it's from the New York chapter, after which the chairman's table will wish our honorees well. We invite Mr. Garwood to make these presentations.
Where's Miss Nelson? Two people are missing. Oh, Mr. Ferron.
Yes. Still waiting on Mr. Ferron and Miss Nelson.
I'll now invite the members of the chairman's table. I'll invite the chairman and the members of his table to extend the hand of congratulations to our retirees, our honorees this afternoon. jolly good fellows. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. For they are jolly good fellows. They are jolly good fellows. They are jolly good fellows. And so say all of us. We'll now invite Miss Francis to do the vote of thanks. No, it's Mrs. Champagne who will now do the vote of thanks. We're coming down to gravy, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Everything in life has its time, and the time for this event, the end of it has come. And so it is important that I recognize on behalf of my school all the persons who have contributed to making the event a resounding success. To the chairpersons for having so seamlessly guided us through the program, thank you. To the members of the planning committee who worked long hours, making the different connections and procuring the resources necessary for this function to have been a success. Thanks for your hard work and dedication in making this an awesome event by ensuring that our retiring colleagues are feeling valued. To the ever-present chaplain, Rev. Courtney Golding, who continues to be a strong tower. To the Dinthill family, thanks for your words of encouragement. To the citation committee, the writers, we say thanks for having energized your vocabularies to pen words that so aptly represented all our retirees. Or retirees, your reaching retirement has indeed given us something to celebrate. Thanks for having given us an accumulated 161 years of unparalleled, distinguished service through your dedication, selflessness, and dignity, not just to Dinthill, but to the wider community. Thank you for having touched, changed, influenced the lives of the thousands of students, teachers, parents with whom you have had some level of interaction. We're positive you will continue to serve in your various communities as service for you has become a lifestyle and is ingrained in your very beings. According to John F. Kennedy, we must find time to stop and thank the people who make a difference in our lives. So I pause to express gratitude to all those companies and individuals who made generous donations to assist in augmenting our gifts to our retirees to enable them to feel the love and appreciation we feel for them. We say thank you. Especially Juicy Patties, Mr. Donovan Betancourt, President of the Past Students Association Jamaica Chapter, the Past Students Association New York Chapter, the Parent Teachers Association, the Board of Governors. To the representatives of the various organizations who brought greetings, I say thank you for having taken time out of your busy schedules to celebrate with us this afternoon. Well, food, they say, is the staff of life. Our deepest gratitude must be extended to the management and staff of the Knutsford Court Hotel for not just providing the sumptuous meals, but for also accommodating us in such an exquisite environment, especially in this, the time of the pandemic. To the families who have supported our retirees during their tenures, those late nights coming home, those early mornings going out, the many hours away from home, thanks for having extended understanding and patience and allowing them to do what they do best for so many years. To all those who provided entertainment in one form or another, thank you for having added to the ambience of this function. Again, a big, fact and non-verbal thank you to all those who made this function possible and successful. Good afternoon.
And so say all of us. Good. All good things must come to an end. So in my closing remarks, I just want to say it has been good. We've had good company this afternoon. Thanks for having made the journey to help us celebrate with our retirees. And I'll close with 2 more quotes for our retirees. This is their function, you know, so I'm not focusing on anybody else at this point in time. You have made your mark, paid your dues. Now put on your party shoes. Enjoy this dance party that is retirement. So if you've never danced all these years, now is the time to dance. Wishing you all a wonderful retirement. Enjoy this new chapter of your life. And we hope it's filled with good health, relaxation, and fun. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of our program this afternoon. We'll now have the national anthem.